Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Great. We'll wait for those to join and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, so others can keep on joining. We'll do a quick recap in the meantime. So yesterday we had taken up for discussion cabinet committees. We saw how the committees are formed, etc. They can be formed by modifying the Government of India transaction of business rules. Then how many committees? We have 8 different types of committees which are standing committees. Then we also have a concept of some ad hoc committees, but that's of no concern to us. Now, moving on, we then saw the Attorney General of India, Attorney General pertaining to being the highest law officer of the country, the Attorney General. And as far as the Attorney General is concerned, the functions, Article 88 becomes important, Article 76 is of course important, and we also seen a mains-based question now. So that topic has lost its importance uh, because extremely unlikely. And just last year, a question in mains prelims was asked from Attorney General. So that's it. Then we saw the chapter Parliament, and we saw how are members elected in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, etc. Their qualification, disqualification, office of profit, all these things, their salary, oath, etc. That was the last point, I believe. Salaries is what we discussed. So today we'll be discussing about the presiding officers that we have in both the houses, the presiding officer of the Lok Sabha, and we'll also see the presiding officer of Rajya Sabha. Okay. Okay, so that is it with respect to the topics we saw yesterday. Okay, so what we'll do, firstly, the deal. We'll start our discussion today with solving some questions. So 5 questions, 45 seconds. You cannot change your options, and that should be it. Easy questions. I believe you are studying properly. So hopefully we'll have a higher percentage of correct answers. Starting with the very first question. Solve this question. You have 45 seconds of time. Okay, 28% got this correct. Uh, which of the following statements is or are incorrect? Incorrect. So all those who in an excited fashion marked C, I hope you had read this point. Incorrect. Seats are allotted to states in Rajya Sabha on the basis of population of the states. We had seen this yesterday. This statement is correct. A person should not be less than 25, no, 30 years for becoming the member of Rajya Sabha. So this is wrong. A candidate contesting an election to Rajya Sabha from a particular state shall not necessarily be an elector in that particular state. So we know this. I gave the example of Nirmala Sitharaman also, who is an MP representing some other state and belongs to some other state. So this is also correct. Incorrect is B2 only. All from what was taught yesterday. Moving on to question number 2. Easy question. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. So great. Which of the following are members of the Delimitation Commission? So the PM is not a member. Remove one. If you remove one, you get the answer only. That is C, 3 and 4. Retired Supreme Court Judge, Chief Election Commissioner, Speaker of Lok Sabha is not a member. Okay, so that's there. Now, next question. It's okay, Akash Nandini. I mean, PM was not there. We have to find out what's the most appropriate answer. That is going to be there in the case of prelims. You have to find out the most appropriate answer. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. Great. In the system of first past the post, what happens? Each constituency elects one representative. That is correct. One is correct. The winning candidate in this system must secure more than 50%. Of course not. Not more than 50%. It is just the highest votes. So 2 is wrong. Right answer being A, 1 only. Second last question, question number 4. Okay, a lot of you mark this correct. With reference to the sessions of the parliament, consider the following statements. Adjournment terminates the sitting of the parliament for a specified time. Adjournment time period is fixed is correct. The power of adjournment and adjournment sine die lies with presiding officer is correct. Prorogation terminates both the sitting and the session. It's all gone. It ends is correct. And dissolution is applicable in the case of Lok Sabha only. We know it very well because Rajya Sabha is not subject to dissolution. So 4 is also correct. D, all of the above. Right? And adjournment not taught. Sahil, revisions not happening is my response. Please refer to the chapter precedent. You'll realize and you'll be surprised that in my own handwriting, I have done this. Right? Okay, no problem. Last question. Question number 5. Solve this. Yes, Achal. What is the concern? Achal, sir, my answers are right. Very good then. It's showing wrong. How is it possible here? Okay, a lot of you mark this correct. Great. 4th schedule of the Indian Constitution deals with allocation of seats in the Lok Sabha as well as the Rajya Sabha. Yes or no? Of course not. Not in not of Lok Sabha, only of Rajya Sabha. Because this Lok Sabha is mentioned where? In the 1st schedule of RPA 1950. Right? So, one is wrong. Both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have representation from all the UTs. Lok Sabha, yes, but Rajya Sabha, not really. Rajya Sabha, only 3 UTs have representation. Only 3 union territories have representation. J&K, Delhi, Pondicherry. So 2 is also wrong. So both are wrong. Neither 1 nor 2. That's it. Questions for the day. Let's now move on and begin our discussion on our topics. Okay. So again, for those who have not scored properly, you'd understand revision is the key. So please revise. And for those who got all 5 correct, before you jump on, it is just a midway. We have a lot of questions today. So you can, this list can get modified also. Khushi, Viswa, Rakshan, Amardeep, Bhumika, Shivaji, Sanjay Kumar, Simran, N. Bhavna, Mayank Singh, Nikhil, and Avni got all 5 correct. Great. Okay. Moving on to now our topic at hand, that is the presiding officer, the boss, the head of the house. Presiding officer of Lok Sabha is called speaker. Presiding officer of Rajya Sabha is called chairman. That's the name we have given to the presiding officers of both these houses to have a distinct name for both of them. We know very well that this person is the vice president of our country. Article 64 or Article 89 say the same thing, that this person is the ex officio chairman of Rajya Sabha. Lok Sabha, the speaker. Now, this person is Om Birla. Name not really important, but since you are an aspirant, you should know Om Birla is a speaker currently, and of course, our vice president is Jagdeep Dhankar. Okay. Now, one important point for you to understand is that the chairman of Rajya Sabha is not the member of Rajya Sabha, because chairman is VP and VP can't be MP. So he is not a member of Rajya Sabha. Are we clear on this? Whereas the speaker must be a member of Lok Sabha. It is mandatory. Speaker is actually a member, MP in the Lok Sabha. It is mandatory for the speaker to belong to Lok Sabha. Okay? Because the election procedure of speaker is such that the speaker is elected by all the members of Lok Sabha, all the MPs of Lok Sabha, from amongst themselves. They all choose one person who becomes the speaker. Okay, so speaker has to be an MP. It is mandatory. In our country, it's mandatory. If you say go to USA, it's not mandatory. Though in USA also, in the HOR, not a single person ever has been the speaker who was not a member of the House. But in USA, it is not mandatory. The Speaker of House of Representatives can be any person, even outsiders. But in India, the Speaker must belong to the House. Mandatory provision. Now, how is this person elected? See, Speaker's election is mentioned under Article 94, the election, as well as the removal is mentioned under Article 94. Very simple election. All the members will vote and choose from amongst themselves whoever wants to become, he will contest. Members choose and elect somebody as a speaker. Clear? And you to contest, one proposer is required. So you have to have one proposer, one seconder. So some MP must propose your name, other MP must second your name. Are we clear on this? You cannot propose your own name. As simple as that. Okay. All these are mentioned under Lok Sabha rules. One more thing you know very well, whenever the Parliament or the Lok Sabha gets dissolved, Speaker will not resign immediately. Like the PM, like the President, that's the rule. We can never have vacuum in our country on important posts. So, when Lok Sabha gets dissolved, Speaker does not resign immediately. He continues to be in the post. I hope you remember proposer, seconder, what are they? We have discussed this in the chapter President, right? That is why we have discussed certain things which we should not repeat again and again. Otherwise, our syllabus will never be over in our lifetime. So we have to follow what has been discussed earlier. Now, election, very simple. All the members will choose and vote in favor of somebody who becomes the speaker. Apart from it, speakers can resign. We know very well, anybody can resign, may resign, but they need to submit their resignation to, there is a person called deputy speaker. More on this later on, but an assistant to the speaker. When speaker is not there, then the deputy speaker acts as the speaker. So ignore it for like vice captain in the cricket team. How does removal take place? Removal takes place with an effective majority. Do you remember what is effective majority? Or this is some new term for you? Effective majority basically means more than 50% of effective strength of the house. Don't write nonsense. What is this? 2/3 and all. Creating new things. Effective majority. Rajya Sabha removes the vice president. Remember? More than 50% of effective strength. And what is the effective strength? Total strength minus vacant seats. Anyway, so this is the effective majority. Of course, whenever you are removing any important person like the speaker, you have to give 14 days notice. 14 days prior notice to speaker that, sir, we are going to remove you. So please get lost. Okay. Now, apart from this, a very important element needs to be understood. See, we'll come to speaker's performance of functions later on. But one very important thing is that after elections take place, understand the logic here. Lok Sabha election, say 2019 happened. Okay. We have now newly elected MPs, all are there. These MPs need to take an oath. Who gives them oath? The speaker. But they have to elect a speaker also. So these MPs need to elect a speaker, yes or no? But before electing a speaker, they have to also take an oath, because without taking oath, you can't vote in the house, right? So who gives them oath or who administers oath? The speaker. The speaker administers oath. Administers oath. But there is no speaker because we have to elect a new speaker. The old speaker's tenure ended just before the new Lok Sabha joined. So we don't have a speaker. Old speaker is gone. Just before the new Lok Sabha met, old speaker gone. Okay. So today we have the new house and we have the new members. They have to take an oath. For oath, they have to vote. For voting, oath is required. For oath, speaker is required. For speaker, voting is required. This cycle continues. How to break this cycle? So what we do to break this cycle is, on the very first day when the houses meet, we appoint any random person as a temporary speaker. That is called speaker pro tem or pro tempore. Speaker pro tem or speaker pro tempore. Pro tem refers to for the time being. Temporary. Okay. What is the task of speaker pro tempore? Firstly, appointed by the president, and oath also administered by the president. Task is over. Now, what's the function? Number one, administer oath to all newly elected MPs. And number two, once all the newly elected MPs have taken the oath, then what happens? Elections will be conducted. Second function, conduct elections. That's it. Okay. So this is with respect to the functions performed by the speaker pro tempore. The meaning is mentioned in the bracket here. If you can see this, for the time being, that is the meaning of this word pro tempore. Are we clear on this? Because somebody has said, sir, what is the meaning? It is mentioned here, right in front of you. Okay. Now, who is this random person who is chosen? So we don't simply do some lottery and all. What we do is, as a practice, as a custom, we choose the senior most MP. So usually senior most MP is chosen. Who is the senior most MP? Who is the senior most MP? Not by age, but by experience in Lok Sabha. So if, for example, Rahul Gandhi is a way senior MP compared to, say, Narendra Modi or even Amit Shah. Okay? Smriti Irani is a senior MP to Narendra Modi. Smriti Irani became an MP in 2011. Narendra Modi in 2014. Or Narendra Modi became an MP in Lok Sabha in 2014, Amit Shah in 2019. Who is a senior? Narendra Modi. So your seniority comes by the number of years you have been a member of the House. So there are some people who have won elections 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 35 years they're in Lok Sabha. They are very senior MPs, not age, seniority through experience. Okay. Anyway, that is just a convention. And also one more thing, this new speaker pro tempore, of course, he can contest elections if he wants. No problem. Nobody is stopping him. He can also contest elections if he wants. No problem at all. But second thing is that if you see the administration of oath by the speaker pro tempore, you will find that many people are administering oath. There is a logical reason behind it. Let's say I am made the speaker pro tempore. I have to administer oath to all the 543 MPs of Lok Sabha. I will have to read the oath 543 times and other MPs will read again and again. I will die only reading an oath 543 times. So what I'll do is I will read the oath, say 15, 20 times for 20, 30 people. Then I'll appoint somebody. Listen, you come here, MP. Now you read the oath, administer to other MPs. Then he or she will administer oath to other MPs. Then we'll choose one more. Come on, you come here. Now you read the oath to other MPs. This is how it is done actually. Okay? So that is there. So this is with respect to the speaker pro tem. Now, coming to functions, as far as functions are concerned, speaker is the boss of the house. Let me clarify again. Speaker is the boss of the house means he or she decides everything. He is the monitor of the house, maintaining order, maintaining decorum in the house. Okay. So without the permission of speaker, you can't speak in the house. You can keep on shouting whatever you want to shout. Nobody cares. But if you want your words to be recorded, because whatever you say in the house on any given day is recorded. Are we clear? The records are kept for every day's debate, every sitting debate. If you want your words to go in record, then please, if you want your words to go in record, then you'll have to understand this point, that you have to speak only when the speaker asks you to. Don't shout in between. So our MPs keep on shouting, nothing goes on record. Only the authorized person will speak. And who decides that? The speaker decides that. Okay. That is why it's very important for speaker to be unbiased. Give every MP a chance to speak. Because the speaker normally is from ruling party. Because in Lok Sabha, who has the majority? The ruling party has the majority. In fact, not just this, you will find that we follow a very unique kind of convention also, that the speaker is from ruling party. It is not mentioned in the constitution. It is just a convention. What is convention? Custom, tradition. That is called convention. Very first day I had mentioned this word convention. Okay. Now coming to the second point. The speaker is the final interpreter of the provisions of the Constitution of India. Parliamentary presidents, any convention, any custom, any practice which goes on, who is the final interpreter of the practice? The speaker. In the house, of course. You will say, sir, the Supreme Court is a final interpreter. Of course, but within the house, within the boundaries, the precincts of the house, the speaker is the final interpreter of all the provisions of the constitution, of any parliamentary precedent, any convention, any tradition, any practice, even the rules of Lok Sabha. So both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have their rule book. It is popularly called Lok Sabha rules or Rajya Sabha rules. The full form of that book is called Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Lok Sabha. That's called the Lok Sabha rule book. It's a green cover colored book, and in that all the rules are mentioned on how should the house function, etc. So who decides on these rules? The speaker decides. If he says this rule means this, that is final, beyond any questioning. Now, more functions. In your school days, if you remember, there used to be this concept called mass bunking, when a lot of these people would want to bunk school or college and not attend the college and have fun. But some toppers would always want to go and study. Front bencher guys or girls, whatever, I mean, they would always want to go and study. So your strategy was very simple. If out of 100 people, 95 mass bunk, then even if 5 will go, the teacher will not take the class, right? That is the logic. Same thing here. Imagine we have 543 people in the house and only 30 come. Those 30 cannot pass bills and all. That will be stupid. 30 people are passing all the bills, making all the changes. So what we need is to understand that there is a minimum number of people required to come. Only then will the house function. Otherwise, we will have to adjourn the sitting for the day. If in this class, let's say there are 100 people and only 2 people come and attend the class, then we will not take the class. No, we will take the class anyway. But I'm telling you, we won't take the class. What's the point? So that is the same logic here. So he adjourns the house, we know very well, adjournment, or suspends the meeting in the absence of quorum. What is quorum? Quorum is the minimum strength required in Lok Sabha required for house to function. And what is that? This is 1/10 of the total membership or total strength. So 10%. What is that number? 10% of 543, which is how much? 55. Don't say, sir, it is 54.3. We cannot have 0.3 human being. It will be very weird if 0.3 human being comes in the Lok Sabha. So full 1 human being has to come. Clear? Okay. So that is it. Then he does not vote in the first instance. Speakers are not allowed to vote. In fact, the presiding officer of both the houses don't vote. Let's say there's a bill discussion going on, triple talaq bill. Example, triple talaq bill. Voting is going on. 200 MPs are saying, yes, pass the bill. 200 MPs are saying, no, reject the bill. Now a tie has happened. Okay? So when the tie has happened, then the speaker gets to vote in the house. Okay? So to break a tie, that is what is called casting vote. Casting vote is an English term which means a vote cast to break a tie. Okay. the maximum permissible strength of Lok Sabha. Permissible. Do you understand? Permissible? Permitted strength is 552. The current total strength or membership is 543 only. Okay, that's the maximum strength possible. We cannot cross that limit. It is different from the total membership of the house, which refers to the current strength. I said this yesterday also, so please focus on what is being said. Every word I say is important. That is why consistent focus for the next 3.5 hours. Okay. Then he presides over a joint. Now, what is a joint sitting? Ignore it. Joint sitting we'll study today only. It's a very unique concept which happens in certain specific cases. Which cases? I'll tell you later on. This is an article, a very important article called Article 108. We'll discuss it shortly. Okay. Now, see, normally what happens is the Lok Sabha meetings, Raj Sabha meetings or sittings are telecast live on TV. You can watch that also. You can watch our MPs fighting, shouting, etc. It's an amazing, hilarious activity. So, but the point is, I mean, of course, there is no match to the state legislative assemblies. There, the arguments go at a different level only. But in the parliament, still, there are very interesting arguments which take place. But sometimes the parliament could be discussing a very important issue, a very sensitive topic, which they don't want the people to know, or else maybe there could be some chaos in the society, people going crazy. So if some very important sensitive issue is being discussed, then the speaker can also allow for what we know as a secret sitting. Outsiders are not allowed in secret sitting. Outsiders not allowed. So we have never had a secret sitting in Lok Sabha, but in like say state of MP, Madhya Pradesh, around 10 years back or 11 years back, we had a secret sitting in Madhya Pradesh to discuss on how to deal with Maoist insurgency in the state. This is called secret sitting. Okay. So let's say they are planning to attack China. What steps can be taken? Should we attack China or not? So they don't want the public to know, or else panic could be there in the amongst the entire public. So secret sitting can also be done at the request of leader of the house. Leader of the house is from the ruling party. We'll discuss this term later on, but it's a very simple term. Prime Minister or a senior minister becomes the leader of the house. Okay. Then there are some bills called money bills. What are money bills? Their definition, we'll look into it hopefully today only. So money bills, who decides whether a bill is a money bill? A bill can be an ordinary bill or a money bill. The speaker decides that a bill is a money bill. Speaker's decision is final. The constitution says that the decision of the speaker whether a bill is a money bill or not is final, beyond questioning. Okay. But then Supreme Court entered and said, wait. What is final? Nothing is final. We will say what is final. And Supreme Court has said that if the speaker deliberately, wrongfully decides that a bill is a money bill, then we can cancel that provision also. We can say, no, this bill is not a money bill. So why would a speaker deliberately, wrongfully decide a bill as money bill? We'll discuss that later on. What is the reason for it and what can be a reason for it? Substantive. Substantive is an English word which means meaningful, genuine. If there is a genuine illegal decision taken by the speaker, or it's a completely unconstitutional decision because there are specific conditions for a bill to be money bill. If the speaker is not following them, then sorry, Supreme Court said in Raja Rampal case that we can cancel that decision and we will say that this bill is not a money bill. Clear on this? Okay. Then see, if you are disqualified on the grounds of not being citizen, on the grounds of office of profit, on the grounds of bankruptcy, that is insolvent, undischarged insolvent, or on the grounds of unsound mind, the disqualification is decided by the president. But when it comes to the disqualification on something called defection, what is defection? We'll discuss towards the end of our lecture on parliament. Defection, just to tell you, defection means leaving your party, and joining some other party is called defection. So it is not allowed actually. Any sitting MP or MLA cannot leave their party and join any party. If you do it, disqualified. Who decides that? The speaker decides that. A very, very important provision is there. This is mentioned under Article 102, Clause 2. Again, we'll discuss this later on, maybe day after tomorrow, hopefully. Clear? So this is with respect to the functions. Now, you can see very well that speaker can disqualify people. The speaker can declare a money bill to be a money bill. The speaker can hold secret sittings. The speaker gives you a chance to speak, right? Otherwise, if the speaker is biased, they will not give any chance to the opposition to speak only. Makes no sense, right? So we need an independent speaker, independent from the clutches of the government. That is why, if you look at the constitution also, the provisions are there to ensure that speaker, you relax, you act there neutrally, don't be biased. So the process of removal is very difficult. Why? Because it is effective majority. It is not a very simple kind of majority required. Number two, the salaries and allowances of speakers are charged on CFI. I hope you remember what is charged expenditure. Don't assume things on your own. Yesterday, some of you were saying, sir, salary of ministers, is it charged? By if something is charged, I will tell you. So please don't assume things on your own. President salary, charged. VP salary, of course, is charged. Speaker salary is charged. What is charged? No voting. Only discussion is allowed. You can discuss on that, but you can't vote and reduce it. Sorry. Salary is non-negotiable. It is beyond any kind of reduction. Otherwise, if the speaker is giving decisions against the government, then government can say, wait. Let's bring a bill. Reduce the salary of speaker to 10 rupees. That should not be done. Then, whenever you are speaking in the house as an MP, minister, whatever, you are not allowed to discuss the conduct of speaker. Okay? So I can't stand up and say, speaker, I want to speak about you only. Enough of nonsense. What is this? What dress are you wearing? What is this smile on your face always? I hate you. No, sorry. You cannot pass personal comments on speaker. If you do it, it can also result in your expulsion. Meaning, you can be, how do you say in your school, rusticated. You can be thrown out of the house also. You can be suspended also. So, his conduct cannot be discussed and criticized in the Lok Sabha. If the speaker's removal is going on, then you can discuss the conduct. But otherwise, conduct will not be discussed in the house. I hope this point is clear. Then they are given casting vote, meaning deciding vote. So the speaker decides. He can decide in the favor of ruling party, opposition party, any party he wants. And exemption under 10th schedule. So basically, what is 10th schedule? Schedule 10 refers to anti-defection law. As I said, we'll discuss this under towards the last part of the chapter Parliament, maybe day after tomorrow. But just to tell you briefly, I just made a statement right now that no MP, MLA, MLC, whatever, no MP can leave their party. It is not allowed. If you leave the party, disqualified. But speakers are allowed to leave their party. In fact, it will be an amazing thing for speaker to resign from his party. Because think of it. Let us say I am a speaker of the Lok Sabha and I belong to BJP. Then the opposition will have this feeling always in the mind that no, this person, he is not fair, he is not impartial. There is a sense of partiality in his behavior. So to ensure impartiality, it would be better if I resign from my party so that everybody feels that okay, independent person. So speakers are given this opportunity that you can resign, no problem. Are we clear? These are ways to further enhance the independence of the speaker, which are there in the constitution. Now, just on a side note, because independence of speaker is a very important topic, it's been asked in the main exam also. There is a concept in UK. In UK, they believe in this idea called once a speaker, always a speaker. Now, what is the meaning of this? So, in India, what happens? When the speaker gets elected, he is elected for 5 years. After which, when the new house or new elections take place, that person can again be re-elected, may not be re-elected. For example, think of this. In 2019 to 2024, BJP is the ruling party. They have chosen their person, Om Birla. So all the BJP MPs have voted for him and he has won the election of speaker and he's the speaker now. If assume by some magic, which is extremely unlikely, but still, not to disappoint Congress fans, but it's slightly unlikely. If Congress wins the election and Congress comes to power, then of course Congress will never choose Om Birla. They will want somebody from Congress to be the speaker. Yes or no? Are you clear? So in that case, we know very well, or the speaker also knows, that my tenure is only there till my ruling party is there. But in UK, what they do is once you are elected a speaker, you can continue to be the speaker till you want to continue, irrespective of change in party. So if Congress comes to power, Om Birla can still continue to be the speaker. This is not there right now. But if this was there, then you would say, once a speaker, always a speaker. This is not in India. It is only in the UK. House of Commons, it is their Lok Sabha. Re-elect speakers who desire to continue in the office for more than one term. And this is irrespective of ruling party. Now, is it a good thing? What do you feel? If we elect the speaker, is it a good thing? Re-elect him. Don't write yes or no. Write reason also. What is this yes or no? Write reasons also. What's your reason? Yes, reason. No, reason. Concentration of power. We can always remove the person. No problem. He'll be biased. He'll be less biased now. See, there is no chance of biasness. In fact, if you have this provision, it becomes very unbiased. Because right now think of Om Birla. Om Birla knows very well that when BJP loses election, I am also gone. So he has no interest in winning hearts of Congress people. He has no interest in giving chance to Congress party to speak. Okay. But if I know very well whichever party comes to power, I will be a speaker. So I will act more independently. That's the logical thing here. Okay. So the idea seems to be very noble and nice. It provides a security and assurance to the speaker. And if the speaker acts over smart, you can always remove him. Removal is allowed, right? That's there. The low energy after doing one thing again and again. Oh, sounds like a personal thing at revision. It sounds like some personal statement that after revising, low energy is happening. See, this idea is nice actually. For those who are finding it a problem, this is a better idea. But the one problem that you have, let's say Om Birla, let's assume that we are telling Om Birla, you will be the speaker next time also. But for that, Om Birla at least has to win his election. He is an MP from Kota. Okay. And he has to win the election again. How can we guarantee somebody's victory in election? That can't be guaranteed. Okay. So the victory of a person cannot be guaranteed. So what will you do? Then you will say, sir, but in UK, how is it happening? In UK, it is happening because whichever constituency the speaker comes from, nobody contests there. And that constituency is reserved for the speaker only. So voters of that area don't really get any chance to vote because that constituency becomes reserved, and that person who is going to become the speaker, he gets elected unopposed from that constituency. So in our country, if we have this, there will be a problem of taking away the voting rights of people of a constituency, right? That is a problem. So in that sense, it may not be a very good idea because people of that area, they also want governance, they also want an effective leader, and they have a right to choose their leader. Okay. So this is once a speaker, always a speaker. Secondly, in UK, they follow this custom that the moment I become the speaker, I resign from my party. That's the custom they follow to showcase that I'm independent. In India, we don't follow this. So these two are the points which are there in UK to ensure the independence of speaker, both of which are not there in India. Are you clear on this? This is with respect to independence of speakers in UK. Now, what can we do to further increase the independence of speaker? Number one, speakers have a ignore this point. This point we'll discuss at the end of the chapter Parliament. Ignore the first point. Please don't ask me, sir, what is schedule 10? Ignore it for now. Okay. Let's start from point number 2. Resign from party after appointment. This is what we want. It is very, very important that in India we have this practice. In fact, the very first speaker, G. Mavlankar, he followed this practice. He resigned from his party. Not just this, G.V. Mavlankar also wanted India to have once a speaker, always a speaker. But the then Congress Working Committee said, no, sorry, we can't have this. But we want that you should resign from your party. That would showcase independence. Other MPs from the other parties will have more faith in you because now you don't belong to BJP. Third point, once your post of speaker is over, once you have retired from the post, whatever, then you should not hold any political post in your party because then it shows that you are working for the political post in the party. I'll give an example. When it comes to, say, a case of Manipur, in Manipur, in the previous term of 5 years, 2017-2022, the speaker was Y. Khemchand, and he was completely biased in the favor of ruling party. Okay, and what happened was that because of his biasness, in 2022, when Y. Khemchand again became an MLA, he was made a minister. So this is not right. This shows that if I favor my ruling party, then in future I can become minister also. I can enjoy some other profit benefits also. So no, once you're a speaker, sorry, that's it. You choose. You want to be speaker, in future, nothing for you. And also, now look at the situation. Om Birla is a speaker, and once the session is over of say budget session is over, he goes and sits in the BJP party office and sits in BJP party meetings. As an opposition MP, what is the image I have? BJP person. He is regularly attending BJP party meetings, etc. This is not nice. I mean, I want to have full faith in you. Don't go and attend the BJP party meetings. At least don't do it openly. So you should try to, as a speaker, disassociate yourself from party activities in general. Don't go to party meetings, attend party functions, because now you are above a party. Are you understanding? So you have to be more independent, unbiased. Don't, through your behavior, show this element of being biased. So this is also there. Should disassociate oneself from party activities. Clear? These are steps that can be taken to further increase the independence of the speaker. Now coming to, what if speaker is ill, resigns suddenly? If speaker resigns suddenly, then elections will take place, but after how much time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 days, right? Or if he is ill, he cannot, let's say speaker is in coma, he cannot come from coma crawling and saying, okay, guys, please sit down. So we need somebody who is going to take up the role if speaker is not there. Like if cricket captain is out of the field, the vice captain acts like a captain, acting captain. So here we have a concept of deputy speaker. They are from the opposition party. Again, it's a custom, it's a convention, it is not mentioned in the constitution. Please don't go and find which article. No article. I am telling you, it is just a convention, just a practice. Now, this person, how is elected? Before that, when he is elected, date of election is fixed by speaker. After the speaker gets elected, it is his duty to decide which date the election of deputy speaker will take place. So as of now in our country, the deputy speaker, there is no deputy speaker currently. Why? Because the speaker Om Birla has not decided any date on which the election will take place. So currently no deputy speaker is there. Now the appointment and removal are analogous, similar. Analogous is an English word which means similar to speaker, meaning appointment, how? From amongst members. From amongst MPs. Removal, how? Effective majority, 14 days notice, all this, same. And what is the purpose of deputy speaker? Basically, he acts as a speaker when the speaker is absent. And when the speaker is absent, deputy speaker becomes speaker, enjoys all the benefits, all the powers, all the privileges on that behalf. Clear? When the speaker is there, deputy speaker is like an ordinary member, normal MP. Nobody respects him. Simple respect, like for all MPs. But when the speaker is not there, then deputy speaker becomes the speaker. He will become the speaker, okay, and has all the powers, all the functions, all the benefits, even the salary, same as that of speaker for that period. Clear? Apart from it, there is one more important point to know, a fact basically. So we have seen cabinet committees. What is cabinet committee? A committee comprising of cabinet ministers. Similarly, after the chapter Parliament, we'll look at some parliamentary committees. What is parliamentary committee? A committee comprising of members of parliament. So there are various parliamentary committees. If the deputy speaker is a member of any parliamentary committee, he or she becomes a chairman of that parliamentary committee. Just an important fact which can be asked in the examination. Clear on this? This is with respect to the deputy speaker. Now, you will say, sir, currently we have only speaker, no deputy speaker right now. What if the speaker is ill? Then what do we do? So, the first thing is speaker. If we have no speaker, then we have deputy speaker. If we have no deputy speaker, then we have a concept called panel of chairpersons. Okay, who are these people? They are chosen by speaker. Chosen by speaker. Maximum 10. And they are, of course, members of the house. So don't ask me, sir, who are these random people? They're, of course, members of the house. MPs in the Lok Sabha. So we have 10 different options. Random people are said, okay, you, if I'm not there, you become the speaker for that day. If he's not there, you. If you're not there, you. If you're not there, you. 10 options are there. Are we clear on this? If all 10 are not there, then what happens? We don't know. The bigger question is, what is happening to all these people? So, this is with respect to the panel of chairpersons. Are we clear? So, this is the concept of panel of chairpersons. So, speaker, deputy speaker, panel of chairpersons. Any person from any party can be chosen by the speaker. As I have said, MPs in the Lok Sabha. So, when I say MP in the Lok Sabha, it is very automatic that any MP in the Lok Sabha. Ruling party, opposition party, uh, etc. So, in Lok Sabha, we don't have nominated members. That concept will not apply here. But in Rajya Sabha, the same concept applies. So, clear? See, last point basically means, now for that, as I explained right from cabinet committees, please pay attention to it. It's a very simple point. It's a fact. It's not a logical statement. So what becomes surprising is when I'm asked to repeat a fact. It's not a logical statement. It's a fact, actually. The fact is that in our parliament, there are some committees called parliamentary committees. What is a parliamentary committee? What is the function? Later on. But parliamentary committee, as the name suggests, has MPs as members. If the deputy speaker, who is also an MP, as we all know, is made a member of any parliamentary committee, then deputy speaker becomes a boss of that committee. Like in the case of cabinet committee, we saw somebody was chairperson. Similarly, the deputy speaker is a chairperson of any parliamentary committee he is a member of. It's a fact. What's the logic here? No logic here. Okay. Solve this question, which came in 2022. I'll give you 1 minute. Read all the options carefully and then mark your answer. Okay. A lot of you mark this correct. That's great. Let's read and use eliminations. Let's read statement number 2. There is a mandatory provision. Mandatory provision. So when such words are used in the examination, you should be doubly cautious. Mandatory provision that the election of the candidate as a deputy speaker of Lok Sabha shall be from either opposition party or ruling party. Firstly, there is no mandatory provision. It is a convention. And secondly, only the opposition party, not ruling party. So 2 is wrong. Remove 2. This goes away. This goes away. Now, uh, statement 1. See, 3 has to be correct. It's there in both 1 or 4. As per the rules of procedure and conduct of business in Lok Sabha, the election of deputy speaker shall be held on such date as the speaker may fix. We have just seen that is correct. A, 1 and 3 only. Let's read 4 also to certify it. The well-established parliamentary practice regarding the appointment of deputy speaker is that the motion is moved by speaker and duly seconded by prime minister. Where have you seen this nonsense? They are creating their own kind of point. So, of course, this is wrong. We have not seen this anywhere. Why will the PM second anybody's motion? It's of no concern to the Prime Minister. So, 4 is wrong. This is wrong. 3 is correct. It has to be correct. The Deputy Speaker has the same power as of the Speaker when presiding over the sitting of the House, and no appeal lies against his rulings. So, basically, he enjoys all the powers when he sits in the office, and you cannot question the big boss, the speaker. Whoever is speaker, that seat is important. The person is not important. Like when you become district magistrate, the DM, the post is important. Nobody cares for you. The post is what they care for. So if you move out, respect goes away. Somebody else comes, respect transferred to him. That's how it is. Okay. Now coming to chairman of Rajya Sabha, nothing special. Exact same functions that we saw here also. Replicate all the functions that we saw there here also. Nothing unique, nothing special, nothing extraordinary. All the powers that the speaker enjoyed in the Lok Sabha, the chairman enjoys in the Rajya Sabha. We know very well that VP of India is the ex officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha. This is as per Article 64 or Article 89. Somebody says the bungalow of speaker is given to deputy speaker when he's in power. Come on. Imagine the president is sick for 10 days and the VP takes over. Will you throw the president out of the bungalow? That come on, for 10 days, live on the road, let the VP. No, that is not logical, right? But for 10 days, extra salary is given for performance of functions. That's there. But you don't change. And why will the speaker, deputy speaker, leave his house for 10 days and go and sit there? Otherwise, every day we'll have to change bungalows only. That won't happen. Imagine for you only, if you are sitting as a DM somewhere and you take a leave of 5 days and your junior is acting as a DM, then should you be thrown out the bungalow? Just think about your life and then use the same argument for the speaker also. Now I think you'll appreciate it. Okay. So as I said, he enjoys similar powers in Rajya Sabha as those enjoyed by speaker in the Lok Sabha. Two things are not there. Number 1, speaker decides whether a bill is money bill. There is no such power with the chairman of Rajya Sabha. So one thing is, what is money bill we'll discuss later on, but chairman has no control over money bills. Number 2, if there's a joint sitting that takes place, then the speaker presides over the joint sitting. These two are the only points of difference. Otherwise, these two people have the exact same task, but one's task is in Lok Sabha, the other's task in the Rajya Sabha. Okay. Now, if you don't have a chairman, then who do you have here? Deputy chairperson. This deputy chairperson elected by MPs of Rajya Sabha and removal by the MPs of Rajya Sabha, which is effective majority. Just like the speaker and all, same thing. Clear? Now, deputy chairperson is required because, see, speaker in Lok Sabha has no the task only. That's their goal, to act as a speaker in Lok Sabha, presiding officer there. But chairperson is also the VP. The chairperson may have lot of ceremonial functions to attend. Let's say some foreign dignitaries are coming. The VP has to go and meet them. Somebody else has to handle the house. So we have a deputy chairperson. It's more important. Currently, Harivansh Narayan Singh is the deputy chairperson. And if he is not there, then here also same concept, but panel of, they are called vice chairpersons. Term is different. Panel of vice chairpersons. Okay. They are again chosen by the presiding officer, that is chairperson, from the members of the house, maximum 10. All the things are exactly the same. Maximum 10, chosen by the chairperson, MPs of Rajya Sabha. Clear? That's all. That's all as far as the presiding officers are concerned. Clear on this? So this is with respect to the presiding officers. Now, coming to voting in the parliament. What is this voting in the parliament? Voting means all the MPs vote and decide. So decisions are taken through voting only. How else will you decide? Voting. Now, for voting, one very important point. For voting, quorum is mandatory. Please tell me what is quorum? What is quorum? Quorum is the minimum number of people or MPs required for the house to function, or else there will be no session or no sitting of the house. That is 10%. Very good. 10%. Great. Now, voting can be of two kinds. In the class also, normally, like say here, I simply ask you that, guys, did you understand? Some of you will put the thumbs up, and that's it. We move forward. In the class also, that's how we deal it in the class as well. In an offline class, for example, in your school days, college days, a teacher asks, did you understand? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Next topic. Voice vote. We don't ask every time, come on, raise your hands. No, not required. If we keep on asking people to raise hands, it wastes time. Same thing in parliament. There are two types of voting. One is formal, the other is informal voting. What is informal voting? Informal voting is voice voting, wherein you ask the members to shout. Shout. Should we pass this bill? Yes or no? So all the MPs in favor will shout ayes, bill passed. If they shout noes, bill not passed. This is how all decisions are done. 99% decisions are taken through voice vote only. Okay? That's how it is. Majority of the decisions in the house are done through voice vote. We cannot always go for machine voting, it wastes time. But what if the voice is not clear? What if the speaker or the chairperson says, Some of you are saying yes, some of you are saying no, confusion. Or if some MPs say, no, sir, we want machine voting, we want exact number, how many yes, how many no. Speaker can allow for voting also. Speaker says, okay, machine voting. Come on, all the MPs, go back to your place, right? Come on, don't stand, sit there. Everyone, sit. They are made to sit. Then time starts now. Press the button. So in front of or in every seat, you have a voting machine. That machine is called AVRE, Automated Vote Recording Equipment. This is called AVRE. Voting machine is there. It has 3 buttons. It has one green button which says yes. It has one red button. Is this visible? Which says no. And it has a yellow button which says abstain. I am not voting. I am feeling shy, or I don't know what the hell to do. So these 3 buttons are there. Then the speaker or the chairperson will say, okay guys, now you have 30 seconds or 1 minute, press the button. And then the MPs can press the button, after which time is over. And then you have to see that there is a machine, a display board on which the result is displayed. So in this situation, nobody abstained, all people voted, 3 said no, completely outvoted, and 323 said yes. Why did we have machine voting? It makes no sense. These 3 people must have said, we want machine voting. Useless fellows, completely wasting time. So 5-10 minutes are gone in this voting only. Hundreds of things are happening in the house on a daily basis. If we devolve 5 minutes for everything, then imagine 10 hours are gone in voting only. That is why this rarely happens. You will always find voice voting. This is the normal procedure in most cases. Clear? This concept of machine voting started basically in West Bengal. Origin was the West Bengal State Legislative Assembly. SLA means State Legislative Assembly. And then in the parliament, for the first time in 1957, they started using it. Okay. And originally in parliament, the machine required you to use both hands to press the button. Otherwise, somebody else comes, you want to press yes, they press no and run away and sit in the seat. Then what will you do? So use both hands. Clear on this? Anyway, apart from this, there is also a voting system used, which is very formal, which is called voting slips. This is used only in the elections. Election for the president, election for the vice president, etc. Election for speaker, etc. These cases, we don't use machine. We use slip, which is ballot paper basically. Okay, that is there. So green means yes, red means no, yellow means I will not choose yes or no. Abstain, I am not voting, and I am telling you I am not voting. Are you clear? That's called abstain from voting. It is like when you approach somebody and say, I really have fallen in love with you, you write amazing answers. That's what we'll do right now, right? For UPSC aspirants. And the person neither says yes nor says no and leaves after making a face. What do you do? So I think some of you may have this personal experience also. Let's not touch those nerves. That's okay. These things happen in life. So this is called abstain. When I am not voting, when I am saying that I am not voting, clearly. Okay. So this is voting in the parliament. Anyway, this is not really important. What is important is the next topic. What is that? The concept of types of voting. So when to vote and how many people required to support? Basically, think of this situation. Let us assume, very simple and logical understanding. Say this class has 100 people, 100 students who joined originally, total membership. But then 5 people, after paying fees and all, they left. They saw the syllabus, they thought, oh, by mistake I have come. Sorry. Or somebody went to some foreign country, etc. Somebody thought, let's be politician only, whatever. So we have 95 students who are left, usually. But you know very well, not all students come to the class. Like in your coaching also, school days, college days, you'd leave your house saying going for coaching, but you never always went for coaching, sometimes to some other places also, right? Same thing. So usually 70, 80 are present. Okay. Now, if I have to ask you, how is the admission procedure at BYJU'S? How was the marketing team at BYJU'S? Did they call you enough? Did they harass you completely, etc.? How was their performance? Then I have to ask all the 100 people because all of them joined. But if I have to ask that how is BYJU'S in general, what are the facilities like, how are teachers in general, how is the material in general, any error, issue, etc., then I will not ask these 5 people. They have no idea. I'll ask these people because they usually attend the classes. But if I have to ask for a very specific point, how was the class last Friday? So I should only ask those people who attended the class on that Friday. Why should I ask all these people? Or I'll call somebody, hey, you took admission in BYJU'S. How was the class on Friday? He says, sir, why are you asking me? I don't even come to BYJU'S. Makes no sense. So what kind of group to ask and seek information from depends on my question. What question I ask? So first, based on that, the same logic applies in the parliament also, or the legislatures in general. We have 4 different types of majorities: absolute, effective, simple, special. Number 1, absolute majority. This is used only in one case. That case is when you are forming the government after the elections. So after elections, when government has to be formed in the Lok Sabha, in the state legislative assembly, then absolute majority is required. What is this? Majority of more than 50% of the total strength of the house. Example, we'll take this common example, Lok Sabha only. Total strength, let's assume some vacancy. Effective strength and present and voting. On that day, how many are present and are casting their vote? These are the 4 parameters that are required to be known by us for any kind of voting. So in Lok Sabha, what is total strength? 543. Now let's assume that 13 seats are vacant. This is just an example. Okay? Example. So what is the effective strength? 530. Effective strength means total strength minus vacancy. And present and voting, let's say 420 people are present on that day and are voting. Example. Absolute majority means majority of, what is majority? What do you mean by majority? It's an English word. More than half means majority. So majority of more than 50% of the total strength of the house. More than 50% of total strength. TS, or total membership. What is this? What is 50%? 50 upon 100, that is called 50%. Of means into total strength is how much? 543. You calculate this number, this number will be, half of it is 272.5. Sorry, 271.5. More than that, which is how much? 272. So absolute majority means 272 people have to support my decision. So whenever absolute majority is required, this means more than half of the total membership of the house. That is why this is the number required to form the government. So any party which wants to win the election, they have to have 272 MPs from their party winning the election. Only then can they win the election. Otherwise, sorry, they cannot. Are you clear on this, everyone? Great. This is a majority number 1. Second type of majority is something we have already seen, effective majority. Now, in the constitution, they use a specific phrase for it. That phrase is called all the then members. This is called effective majority. Whenever you find this phrase mentioned in the constitution, it means all effective majority. Same example. Total strength. Please don't ask me what is TS, total strength. Vacancy, let's assume 13. Effective strength becomes 530. Present and voting PNV 420. This is an example. Okay. So more than 50% of the effective strength. More than 50% of effective strength. More than, what is 50%? 50% means 50 by 100. 30% means 30 by 100. Of means into ES means, here ES is 530. So half of 530 is 265, more than that, which is equal to 266. So in this case, in this example, 266. Are we clear? Not 265, because more than half. Clear on this, everybody? This is called effective majority. And when is it used? We know very well, to remove the VP in Rajya Sabha. Which article is that? Article 67B. Number 2, in fact, every presiding officer and deputy presiding officer in the legislatures, speaker, deputy chairperson in the state, every presiding officer and deputy presiding officer is removed with effective majority only. This is what is effective majority. Are we clear on this? Let's look at the constitution, the exact phrase. This is actually Article 67. For those who don't know, this is Article 67. This is Clause B. Look at the phrase mentioned here. A vice president may be removed from his office by a resolution, a proposal of Council of States passed by majority of all the then members. This term is what is referred to as effective majority. Are we clear on this, everybody? Somebody says, is this majority also used to remove Lok Sabha Speaker? But we have mentioned removal of presiding officers. What is presiding officer? Who the hell is this person? Presiding officers mean speaker in the Lok Sabha, speaker in the Assembly of the States. Who is the deputy presiding officer? Deputy speaker, deputy chairpersons, right? Okay. So this is with respect to the effective majority. And last and the easiest of them all is simple majority. This is the most common majority. It is required everywhere else. Simple majority. That is why, since it's very common, it is also called functional majority or working majority, because this is the one which is required for most of the cases. Unless mentioned, always assume that this is what is required. And in the constitution, they use a word for it called by law. Simple majority. Okay. For example, let us look at this article. This is Article 3. Article not important right now. Focus on the content. Formation of new states and alteration of areas, boundaries, or names. Parliament may, look at the phrase here, by law. What is by law? This is what refers to simple majority, meaning more than half of the people who have come on that day and are voting. That's it. We are not worried about total strength, vacancy, nothing. How many have come? 200. Half of them say yes, approved. So, example here also, total strength 543, vacancy 13, effective strength 530, present and voting. Let us say 420 MPs have come on that day. What is this concept? More than, example, more than 50% of present and voting, P and V, which is what? More than 50%, or let's write here only directly, 50 by 100 into 420, which is what? What is half of 420? 210. More than 210, which is equal to 211. So in this example, 420 people had come, more than half of them. If 300 had come, 151. If 200 had come, 101. If 50 had come, then no voting required. Why? Because at least 55 have to come. Clear on this, everyone? This is simple majority. Sahil says, how is vacancy created? Yesterday we see vacating of seats. How is vacancy created? If somebody resigns, vacancy is there. Somebody dies, vacancy is there. If I have taken 2 seats, vacancy is there. Remember yesterday's topic, vacating of seats. If I am disqualified, seat is vacant. There are hundreds of ways to have vacancies. Clear? So these are the 3 types of majorities which are very common: absolute, effective, and simple. Now let's take a break. After the break, we'll take up for discussion special kind of majorities where it is not more than 50%. It is something else. Break, please. Be back at 6:51 or 6:52. Full enjoyment. Break till 6:52 p.m. Okay, so break, please, guys. Welcome back, guys. Shivani, when will you discuss the Prime Minister? We have discussed the Prime Minister, right? Separately, not required. Anand Padmanabhan. Oh, absolute and simple. But if you understand effective majority, then I think you should understand both of them. It is just about basic calculation. Okay? Look at this basic calculation. More than half of all the members of the House. Group of ministers are members of Council of Ministers. Yes, Tarun, that's the same thing. Okay, Akshaya. Yes, Vaishna, it is clearly distinguishable when people say yes or no. Okay, moving on. Before this, I'll just do a quick recap for all the majorities that we have. Number one, absolute. The total membership of the House, more than half of that is called absolute. Number one. Effective. We have seen this earlier also under the Vice President. You may have forgotten. Effective means take the total membership, subtract the vacant seats. Because on vacant seats, there is nobody. The seat is vacant. How can seat become vacant? There are hundreds of ways. We had seen all this yesterday. Apart from death, etc. Gone. So what remains is all the current members, all the then members. So total strength minus vacancy means effective strength. More than half of that is effective majority. And simple is basically based on how many people have come on that particular day. Take half of them, more than half, done. Like today, if I have to ask you, should we attack Pakistan? Simple majority means what? I'll see how many have come today. If more than half say yes, we'll attack Pakistan. Not we. We'll propose to government to attack Pakistan. As simple as that, right? Okay. So this is simple majority. Now comes the real part. When it comes to majorities, whether it is absolute, whether it is effective or simple, majority is an English word which means more than half, right? More than half means majority. But sometimes in our constitution, in specific places, you will find that some special kind of majority is required. Special kind of majority. Special majority. What is this special majority? There are three types of special majorities. Special majority number one is Article 61. Please write what is Article 61 because you already seen it. Hence, okay, great. No surprises here, thankfully. This is the impeachment of the president. Okay, impeachment of the president. Now, normal majority means more than half. Special majority has a different element. It is not more than half. This is basically at least 2/3. So it is special, unique. Okay. So also please tell me, what is a majority required to impeach the president? Please write. What majority? Complete your answer now. What majority is required to impeach the president? Very few have given the correct answer actually. It is very surprising. So the trend is simple. Read today's lecture, just erase what was taught yesterday. Amazing. We are on the right track to not clear the examination. To impeach the president, please don't write something now. It is just breaking my heart slowly and steadily by seeing all these answers. 2/3 of the total strength or membership of the house. Okay. At least 2/3 of total strength. You should have not written 50% because we are dealing with 2/3. How could I write 50%? So at least 2/3 should have been the bare minimum answer. But writing effective majority, effective is for vice president, not for president. Amazing. Okay. So anyway, moving away from the disappointment, at least 2/3 of the total membership of the house is required. So this is the majority required. So what is total membership of Lok Sabha? 543. So 2/3 into 543. Rajya Sabha 245. 2/3 into 245. That is the majority required to impeach the president. To see, it is not 50%, it is 2/3. And one more thing, here when it is 2/3, it is at least. When it is 50%, it is more than. Difference. At least is 2/3 and 50% more than that. Anyway, this is something you already seen, not much to discuss here. Second is these two very unique kind of majorities required under Article 249 and Article 312. We'll discuss these now. And these are special powers of Rajya Sabha. Here, what is required? Here also, at least 2/3, but 2/3 not of total strength, but of present and voting. 2/3 present and voting. So we have no interest in knowing the total strength. Our only focus is on how many people are present. If 2/3 approve, task is done. So what are these two articles? 249 and 312. Very, very important articles. Please follow. I'll be very slow in explaining it, but you have to understand and please focus on this topic right now. Nothing else. No distraction. Forget your questions also. Just focus. I will explain each and everything. Because what happens when you write a question, you don't hear what I'm saying at that point of time. Okay? So, see, if in the country, it is very, very important, very, very necessary, expedient, urgent, in national interest. If it is necessary or expedient, expedient is urgent. So if it is expedient or necessary, expedient in national interest, then Rajya Sabha and only Rajya Sabha can authorize the parliament. Rajya Sabha can authorize, give permission to the parliament, meaning both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, to itself also. What? Number one, to make laws on stateless subjects. To make laws on state list subjects. I hope you remember state list, three lists, union, state, concurrent. So normally on state list subjects, who makes laws? States. But if the Rajya Sabha authorizes, and why would Rajya Sabha authorize? Because Rajya Sabha is the representation of states at the parliament. So if Rajya Sabha gives permission, then the parliament can make laws on stateless subject also. Okay? Now, there are some elements involved. Number one, this authorization is valid for 1 year at a time. So Rajya Sabha will give permission that for next 1 year we can make laws on state list subject. Number two, can be extended any number of times but 1 year at a time. So this permission to make laws can extend for an indefinite period, but every 1 year. So I have to approve it again and again and again. And then the parliament can keep on making laws on state list subjects. Of course, making laws is not mandatory, not mandatory. It is just optional. Making laws is just optional, not mandatory. Clear? So if the parliament gets the permission, it may make a law, it may not make a law. Clear on this? And laws made on state list subject are valid for how much time? For 6 months after the end of authorization, or valid till 6 months after end of authorization. I'll explain this through an example. So think of this. This Rajya Sabha has now given the permission to the parliament to make laws on, say, police for some state, say Rajasthan. This permission came on 5th of September 2022. This is where authorization was given. When authorization is given, that authorization becomes valid for how many years? 1 year. Valid for 1 year. This means it will be valid till 4th of September 2023. In this period, the parliament can keep on making laws on the subject of police for Rajasthan. In the month of, say, November, law is made, December, law is made, March, law is made, etc. No problem. For how long will the laws be valid? All these laws, all of them, they expire, meaning end. After how much time? Please remember, after 6 months. After the end of authorization. This is where permission ends, laws expire 6 months after this date, which will be 3rd of September, October, November, December, January, February, March. So 3rd of March 2024, laws cease to operate. This is the power given by Rajya Sabha to the Parliament, meaning to Lok Sabha and itself, and under Article 249. Now comes a point, this authorization that we are talking about, how is this given? It is given by two-third present and voting in the Rajya Sabha. Don't ask me, sir, can Lok Sabha give authorization? If Lok Sabha was supposed to give, I would have mentioned Lok Sabha. Since I have not mentioned, please. Are we clear on this point now, everyone? Any issue? It is not like, what is this ordinance? Who is bringing ordinance as a concept here? It has got nothing to do with ordinance. Ordinance is being made by government. Here we are referring to a law, a proper law made by Parliament. Please don't confuse government and Parliament. Now, please don't. It's a crime. We know what is government, we know what is Parliament. Separate. Now, please focus again. No questions. I'll repeat the entire thing again. Please understand this. If it is very urgent in national interest, what is urgent? Nothing is defined. It depends on Rajya Sabha. If they feel it is very urgent in national interest, very, very necessary, indispensable, then in the Rajya Sabha, voting takes place. That we are giving permission to us, both Lok Sabha and us, to make law on, say, police for Maharashtra. Should we approve it? If 2/3 MPs say ayes, approve. Now permission has been given. Whether we make a law or not is of no concern. Permission is given. This permission is given for 1 year. If I want to extend this permission, I can, but with the same majority, 2/3. Again, after 1 year, I'll ask, should we extend the permission, guys? Ayes, extended. 1 more year, 1 more year, 1 more year, indefinitely. Okay. Now, in this 1 year period, the Parliament makes a law. Who makes a law? Both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, because laws are made by both the houses. One house cannot make a law. That is why we have two houses. Houses both pass the law. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha pass the law. Law is passed. Okay. And when the law is passed, the law is applicable on that state for that topic. For how long? Not forever. When the authorization or permission ends, after 6 months from that date, the law also ends. So this power of the Parliament to make a law on stateless subject is not an indefinite period law. It ends 6 months after the permission ends. For example, the permission ends here on 4th of September 2023. After 6 months, the laws made also end. Clear? This is Article 249, a special power of Rajya Sabha. Please remember all these elements, they are important. Question in prelims can always be asked from these topics. Okay. So this is there with respect to Article 249. Then what is 312? This is exactly the same as Article 249, meaning the first part is same. If it is very important, very urgent in national interest, then Rajya Sabha can authorize the parliament to what? To create a new All India service. To create a new All India service. Are we clear? As of now, in our country, we have 3 All India services. Currently, IAS, IPS, and Indian Forest Service. This is forest, not foreign. Foreign service is a central government service. Forest service. These are the current 3 services that we have in the country, which are called All India services. If tomorrow we want to create a new service, say All India Health Service, All India Education Service, then the Raj Sabha has to give permission. So basically, what will happen is, there is a law in the country. The law in the country, which is called All India Services Act of 1951. We have to modify this law, right? And a new service can be created. Very simple. Bring a bill, pass this bill, Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha, a new All India service is created. Are we clear on this? Modify law, create a new AIS. I hope both these articles are clear and points are clear. And please don't say yes right now and disappoint me later. Please mug up all these things. These points are important. If they ask a prelim-based question, you can be trapped. So these are the special kind of majorities used in very special circumstances. Very special circumstances. Okay. So now we have seen the special power of Rajya Sabha also. Finally, there is one more type of majority which is used, and that majority is what? That majority is amending the constitution. Article 368. Amendment to the constitution. So when it comes to amendment to a constitution, the majority is a combination. 2/3 present and voting, more than 50% total strength. Okay. 2/3 present and voting, more than 50% of the total strength. This is what is the amendment to the constitution. Article 368. Let us see what is an amendment to the constitution and what is the majority exactly. The article is Article 368. I need not repeat this again. This is where there are some provisions which require this kind of majority. It's not easy. It's a very big majority required. What is that? What's the process? Process is majority of 2/3 members present and voting and more than 50% total strength of the house. Here and means whichever is higher. Don't use Boolean algebra here. Okay? Please control the use of Boolean algebra in this. Now, let us take an example. We know the example. We'll take the same example. Total strength in Lok Sabha is how much? 543. Let's say there is some vacancy of 13 seats, and this means effective strength becomes 530. Now, P and V, present in voting, is 420. Let's take this example. In this case, how to calculate it? Two things are required. We will firstly calculate 2/3 members present and voting. We'll firstly calculate this, and second we'll calculate more than 50% of the total strength. We'll find the value. Whichever is higher is the answer. Let's see. In this case, what is 2/3 P and V? Tell me. 2/3 into 420. What is more than 50%? More than 50% total strength is 50/100 into 543. More than that. The answer here is 272. The answer here is going to be 280, not 281, because I have said very clearly 2/3, not more than 2/3. 2/3, 280. Please don't write 281. Understand the logic here. When we have 50%, it is more than 50%. When we have 2/3, we have at least 2/3. See this? At least 2/3. This at least. So you can calculate 314 times is 42. 14 into 2 is 28. Which is higher? 280 is higher. So in this case, 280 MPs are required, and we will be able to amend the constitution. Are we clear on this, everybody? What? Okay. If we are so clear on this, let me ask you a question. If present and voting is 360, then tell me how many MPs are required to amend the constitution? Aditya, Utsav, Montu are correct so far. Ravi, correct. Manu, correct. Sanjay, Vaishna, Bhavna, Pranay, Chirag, correct. Saket, Puna, okay. A lot of you are correct now. Some of you are writing the wrong answer. Please understand. Please understand. Whichever is higher, don't go crazy here. Whichever is higher, I am asking you to recheck your answer. Which is higher? Two things. 2/3 into total strength into P and V 360, and more than 50/100 into 543. This number is fixed at 272. What is the value here? 240. Which is higher? Now tell me. 272. How dare you write 240 here? Did you understand it? 272 are required. Are they clear to everyone now? Why 272? Any doubt? Okay, one last. If P and V is 510, please calculate. P and V, present and voting. Yes, Vijay, what is the problem? P and V. Yes, Achal, your answers are reaching me. You calculate and tell me, Achal. Let me see what is your answer. How are people getting 256? How such weird numbers? 255. Oh, great. 274. Amazing. One big problem here is we have to also have basic calculation at handy. 423. I need some more amazing answers like this. Let's calculate what is required. 2/3 present and voting. 2 by 3 into 510. Second thing, more than 50%. More than 50 by 100 into 543. This is fixed at 272. Calculate it. 3 into 17 is 51. 17 into 2 is 340. Which is higher? 340 is higher. So 340 people are required to amend the constitution in this situation. Okay. Again 341. Why 341? I am telling you, don't you understand? 2/3, at least 2/3. Don't write 341. That becomes more than 2/3. So more is not mentioned. More is for 50% only. Sir, one more. It's okay. Too much of fun is, some people are having too much of fun solving this. This won't be asked in the examination, this calculation. Just focus on this majority, 2/3 present and voting, and more than 50% of the total strength. This is the voting majority required, okay, to amend the constitution. Whichever is higher means whichever value is more. If this value is more, then we'll use that. If this value is more, we'll use that. Clear on this? Harsh, conditions later on. Now, one very important element. You must have observed in our constitution, there are some places where states also have some power. Those are called federal aspects, or we should call them the federal structure. For example, look at the election of president. Election of president also requires MLAs of the state. If today the parliament says, no, we don't want MLAs to vote, get lost, only MPs will vote. So you are basically taking away the state's power. Or right now, police, public order, public health, all these things are part of state list. If I want to make a law on state list, you can say, sir, Article 249. But Article 249 has a problem. That permission is only meant for 1 year. And the law is not made forever. The law also ends after 6 months. But if I want to make law on a state list subject permanently, the best solution is I'll take the topic out of state list and put it in the union list. End of story. Right? How do we do all these things? Because if we are making these kind of changes, we are also impacting or curtailing the state's power. So if we are trying to modify any kind of such element of our constitution which also violates or changes the state's power, the federal structure, federal division of power between center and states is called federal, first class only. Then the usual thing is required. What is the usual? Same, 2/3 present and voting, more than 50% total strength, no problem, no problem. But once the parliament has passed it, we'll also send that proposal to all the states. That states, we are taking away your power. Are you ready for it? Do you approve of it? And if half of the states say, yes, yes, take away our power, anyway, we are useless bodies completely, then the modification is made. How many states agree? Half agree. Supported by not less than 50% of the state legislatures. Not less than 50% of the state legislatures. Are we clear on this? Here, the states only required to approve this change with a simple majority. Simple majority. One more thing. No time limit for states to approve. So in how much time should the states approve? Nothing is mentioned. How many states are there right now? 28 states. Half means what? 14 states. If 13 states approve today only, and one more state approves 30 years later, then 30 years later, the change is made. Are you clear? Whenever half the states approve, at that point of time, the change is made. What about other states? We do not care. If other states say, no, don't make a change, we don't care. If half states approve, task is done. Other states' opinion does not matter. Whether they say yes or no, I don't care. Clear on this? This is how you modify the constitution, and also if you want to change those elements which are the federal structure, this is what is used. What are the federal structures? These are the examples of federal structure where state's permission is also required. And one more thing here. States don't include UTs. It is only states, not UTs. So, number one, election of the president and its manner. Number two, extent or limit of the executive power of union and states. Number three, Supreme Court, High Courts. Number four, distributing the legislative power between union and states. Number five, any list in 7th schedule. Number six, representation of states in the parliament. Which schedule? Which schedule? Schedule 4. Representation of states in the parliament is what? Rajya Sabha, schedule 4. And if some of you say that, sir, I am finding this entire process very difficult, my maths is very poor, no problem. When you become an IAS officer, convince the parliament, convince your government to bring such a proposal. But to approve the change, the same procedure is required. Changing the procedure under Article 368 also requires the same procedure. Please remember this list. Do you understand the meaning of remember? Remember this list. It is important. It is very, very important. Okay? So, this is with respect to the federal structure. Are we clear, everybody? Now, when you make any kind of change in the constitution, you bring a proposal. That is a bill, a proposal. How are those proposals passed? What is the condition? Condition number 1. Such bills can be initiated in either house of parliament, meaning Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, not the states. In the state legislature, a constitutional amendment bill cannot be started. Such proposals can only be started in the parliament. Now, who can bring this proposal? It can be brought by a minister, or a private member. Wait. Don't write. I know. Sir, what is a private member? Who the hell is this person suddenly? Relax. Just calm down. Private member means non-minister MP. So, in the Lok Sabha, in the Rajya Sabha, there are some people who are ministers. All other MPs are not ministers. They are called private members. Are we clear? Now, let me also clarify. Private member can be from BJP or Congress, any other party. They can be elected, nominated. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Any person in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha who is not a minister is called a private member. Are we clear on this? So, in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, there are two types of people: ministers, non-ministers. Ministers are called ministers only. Non-ministers are called private members. Okay. So this is with respect to such proposals. So this proposal can be brought by anyone. It can be brought by the minister, or even any MP of the house can bring this proposal. Elected MP, nominated MP, MP of Lok Sabha, MP of Rajya Sabha. Okay, what else do we have? MP from BJP, MP from Congress. Why private member is required? Private member is another name for MP. What is the work of private minister? Who is minister? I will repeat once again. The MPs in the house can be of two kinds. Ones who become ministers, others who are not ministers. That's it. Those MPs who are not ministers are private members. That's it. How difficult is it? Are we clear? Everyone, guys? Okay. Why can't we say just MPs? Yes, we can say just MPs also. You can say just MP. But if you say MP, then there could be a problem. MP is minister also. To differentiate, we say MP, private member. You can say non-minister also. Why can we call you human being? Why Homo sapien? So different synonyms are there, right? Why do you call your loved one baby, Babu, Sona? Why? Same thing, right? Multiple names. Anyway, let's move on now. Enough of examples also. Third thing, we had discussed this point under the president, that there are some proposals like say money bill. What is money bill? We'll discuss in future. Money bill does not require prior permission of president. Oh, sorry, money bill requires prior permission of president. But constitutional amendment bills do not require anybody's permission. Okay. Then, when such bills are brought, they are passed by both houses separately, Lok Sabha separately, Raj Sabha separately. If one house passes, other house does not, then such proposal will not be approved. Are we clear? Both houses have to pass these proposals separately. Lastly, this is a point we have seen under veto powers of president. Please write the Amendment Act. I'll explain the point. The point says, once the houses pass the proposal, it is sent to the president. But we know very well that the ordinary bills are ones where the president has some veto power, right? Veto power in the sense that the president can send back, can use pocket veto, etc. But when it comes to the constitutional amendment bills, president has no veto power. President must give his assent, He has to sign. There is no alternative only. Which Amendment Act has made it binding for the president to sign on such bills? Pranay, Shashi, Ishika, Nitish, Sri Lakshmi, Manish, Nitesh. Okay. So very few are writing the correct answer, others wrong answers mostly. This is via 24th Amendment Act 1971. Don't write 42nd Amendment Act 44th. That is meant for Council of Ministers. We are discussing a bill here coming from Parliament. Bill is different, advice of government is different. Don't mix these two things. Okay? Anyway, so this is there with respect to amending the constitution. Now you know that we have these kind of majorities. One more thing. You know the example of absolute majority? Absolute majority is when government formation is required. You know the example of effective majority? Removal of presiding officers. You know the case of Article 249 also, 312 also. You know 61, and you know how to amend the constitution and in what case it is required. In all other cases, a simple majority is required. So mug up these things. Whatever remains is where you require simple majority. All these are examples of simple majority being needed to pass any ordinary bill, to pass any money bill, to pass any financial bill, removing the VP in the Lok Sabha, declaring financial emergency, declaring president's rule, election of speaker, deputy speaker. All these things are ones where simple majority is required. All this list, all this list, all this list. Okay? So please understand, mug up the other things, ignore this. Lastly, we have seen amendment. Amendment means 2/3 present and voting, more than 50% total strength. Now, when it comes to amendment, this procedure, it is used in Article 368, of course. But the same procedure is used in other place also. What is that? This is an example of other applications of this majority. 2/3 present and voting, more than 50% total strength. The same majority which is required to amend the constitution is also required in some other places. What is that? Removal of judges of Supreme Court, High Court. We'll discuss all these as and when the time comes. Removal of CEC. Who is CEC? Chief Election Commissioner. Who is CAG? Comptroller and Auditor General. Approving national emergency and approving the creation or cancellation of legislative councils. These things require the same kind of majority. Just mug up this list. We will be using this again in future, so you'll understand in a much better fashion. Okay, so this is there with respect to other applications of this special majority. Clear? That's it. We are done with the types of majorities in the parliament. Come on, solve a question asked last year only. Let's see how many of you get the answer right. I'll give you 45 seconds. Okay, a lot of you mark this correct answer. A bill amending the constitution requires a prior recommendation of the president. Does it require such recommendation? Not needed. Remove one, one removed, one removed, one removed. You have the answer. That's it. Done. When this bill is presented to the president, it is obligatory for the president of India to give his assent. A bill must be passed by both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha by a special majority, and there is no provision of a joint sitting. Both these are correct. One more question came in 2013. Please mark this also. Some of you marked B as the answer. You fell prey not reading the statement carefully. An amendment to the Constitution of India can be initiated by an introduction of a bill in the Lok Sabha only. This is wrong. Either house, Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Okay, no problem. Remove this. If such an amendment seeks to make changes in the federal character of the Constitution, the amendment also requires to be ratified by the legislature of half of the states, right? Not all the states. So 2 is also wrong. D, neither 1 nor 2 is the right answer. Okay. Shalu, tell me, if the Prime Minister is removed from his post, will he also lose the MP's post? If a minister resigns from his post, will he lose the MP's post? Of course not, right? So if a speaker resigns or is removed, he will not lose the MP's post. Those are two different things. As simple as that. Okay. Oh, who is saying leaderboard? I'm sure that those who are shouting leaderboard have scored well. Let's see. Okay, so far we had 8 questions. Amardeep, Bhumika, Sanjay, Simran, N. Bhavna and Mayank. Sorry, and Nikhil. You are the 7 people who have scored all 8 questions correct for today. Then others would have scored 7 correct. So a long list, but toppers for the day so far are Nikhil, Mayank, Bhavna, N. Bhavna, Simran, Sanjay Kumar, Bhumika, M and Amardeep. Okay. I cannot show on screen. That option is not there for me. What can I do? I have not made the application actually, to tell you frankly. Anyway, so Bhumika, I just took your name. What more do you want? Others to know that you scored all correct today. Strange. Sir, it will be. Because sir, only constitutional amendment matters. 50% states. No. When the number of participants crosses a certain limit, then the leaderboard option becomes it is disabled. Okay, so that is why it is not there. Very weird that I'm telling the names and you have, I don't know all these toppers. Who are these people? I have no idea. Anyway, so types of bills in the parliament. Let's come to the next topic, types of bills in the parliament. Based on introduction, based on content. So now we'll discuss the types of bills in the parliament. Firstly, based on introduction, meaning who brings the bill. So there are 2 types of people we had just discussed. One was called a minister, the other is called a private member. So if a bill is brought by the minister, we call it public bill. Introduced by minister. It is also called government bill. Second is a private member bill. This is introduced by, please tell me by whom? Introduced by a non-minister. So if a non-minister brings a bill, it is called a private member bill. Now, whenever any minister brings a bill, it will not happen that I randomly come on the date, any random day, and I'll throw the bill in front of everyone. Take this, read the bill. Of course not. you have to inform, right? You have to inform the house beforehand only. 7 days prior notice is given. Seven days prior notice is given, meaning 7 days beforehand you have to tell the presiding officer that, sir, I want to bring this bill, and then one date is set, okay, and then the presiding officer will allow you to read your bill. Clear on this? So it is not that the ministers can randomly bring a bill, they have to also inform, but before 7 days, because every day's task is allocated properly, a schedule timetable is there. For example, let us say if some extra class is required, it can't happen in a regular class because our timetable is fixed. If today we have polity class in the evening, tomorrow morning is some other class, then evening other class, it is fixed. So if anything extra will happen, it will create disruption. That is why notice is given. And who is the boss in the house? You tell me who is the boss. Don't ask me to who will set the date. You tell me who is the boss. The boss in the house is the presiding officer. He will decide everything. When to read your bill, when you will get a chance to read, or whether you will get a chance to read or not, is all subject to the complete discretion of the presiding officer. Are we clear? Okay. One small point. if the government publishes a draft copy of the bill in the Gazette of India, then only 1 day prior notice is required. 1 day prior notice if bill is published in the Gazette. What is Gazette? What is Gazette? Gazette is a government's monthly magazine. So 1 day prior notice is required if the government has published that bill in the Gazette. Clear on this? Now, let's come to private member bill. So these are non-ministers. So for them, 30 days prior notice. Why 30 days prior notice? See, a private member bill is brought by a non-minister. Now, non-ministers don't have the, see, minister governs the ministry. If he brings a proposal, he or she has the entire IAS officer lobby to help him out. But a private member, a non-minister, doesn't have this expertise, so their bills can be faulty. That is why we have to further scrutinize the bill and then give a date for introduction. That is why 30 days prior notice is required. Apart from it, every bill which is brought by non-minister is read only on Fridays. The convention is alternate Fridays, but only on Fridays. Number 3, every member can only bring or can only give notice for 3 bills per session per member. Maximum 3 bills per session per member. So one member cannot give notice for more than 3 bills. Gazette Shivaji is the weekly magazine of the government, published every week. And see, as far as these bills are concerned, to be very frank, they are never passed. So far, only 14 passed. Only 14 passed. And the last one was passed in 1970. 1970. Okay. So why? You would say why? Because firstly, government has majority in the house. So a government's bill is more important. A non-minister's bill is not really important. And non-ministers don't always bring some great kind of bill. Sometimes their bills are very useless, make no sense. I always give this very interesting example that when it comes to these bills, one bill was introduced by a member of parliament from, I think, Bihar. So this lady brought this bill, and the content of the bill was to fix a limit on how much money could be spent on marriage ceremony. So you know very well in our country that people are obsessed with marriage ceremonies, and they want destination weddings, wedding photographers, pre-wedding photo shoot, post-wedding photo shoot, all these things, right? Craze, burdening the parents. So she said that on all these poor families, middle class families, their parents have to succumb to pressure of the kid and they fall into debt. So there should be a limit set that nobody should be allowed to spend more than 5 lakh rupees on a marriage function. Idea is nice. How will you implement it? Will you go and check in every marriage function? What is the cost? Then you'll have to hire new officers called All India Marriage Service Officers. New kind of service. All India Marriage Service. Officers hired. They'll go to every marriage function. Their only task will be to eat the free food there, get the bills from there, calculate it. Then nobody will want to be IAS officer. First priority, Indian Marriage Service Officer. That's my first choice. So makes no sense. This bill was not feasible. That's one reason. Most cases, these bills are not feasible only. Apart from it, see, if I, as a non-minister, am able to bring a bill and get the bill passed, it reflects very badly on the minister. But with all your expertise, all your ministerial advice you get from the bureaucracy, etc., you cannot bring a bill. I am working better than you. So if a bill is passed, which is a non-minister bill, it does not reflect nicely on the minister and his performance. That is why it is never done. In fact, in 2015, there was a bill for rights of transgenders brought by Tiruchi Siva. That bill was passed in Rajya Sabha. When it came to Lok Sabha, the government did not pass it. Why? I mean, the MPs did not discuss it. Government said, sir, don't discuss this bill. We'll bring a better bill. And then government brought a bill. So these bills are never passed. Now, as far as the private member bills are concerned, I said the last one was passed in 1970 only. In the last 53 years, not a single private member bill has been passed. Just to give you an idea of this, in the 16th Lok Sabha, that was a previous Lok Sabha, 99 2004, 13th Lok Sabha, 4 to 9, 14th, 9 to 14, 15th, and 14 to 19, 16th. That is 2014 to 2019 Lok Sabha, 999 bills. How many were discussed? 10 were discussed. Notice was given for almost 1000 bills. Only 1% bills were discussed. Clear? So this is there with respect to the private member bills. They are brought by non-ministers. You have to give 30 days notice. Only on Fridays your bill will be read. Then you cannot give notice for more than 3 bills. Say winter session 3 bills, summer session monsoon session 3 bills, and budget session 3 bills. That's it. Not more than 3 bills. Are they clear? That's there. So an example of this is, see, look at this. This is a private member bill. A private member bill contains the name of the MP who is bringing the bill. This is a government bill which does not contain the name of the MP. It is just mentioned bill. Difference. Clear? Anyway, so the first element was types of bills based on introduction. Who brings the bill? Who initiates the bill? Solve this question. Came in 2017. Easy question, right? Okay, a lot of you mark this answer correct. That's great. A private member's bill is a bill presented by a member of parliament who is not elected but only nominated. Nonsense. A private member is a person who is basically what? A non-minister. As I had said earlier also, if you had paid attention, he can be elected, he can be nominated, he can be from BJP, Congress, whatever party, he should not be a minister. One is wrong, remove these two. Recently, a private member's bill has been passed in the Parliament of India for the first time. Of course, it is wrong. So both are wrong. D, neither one nor two. This question was asked in 2017 because Tiruchi Siva had brought a private member's bill in 2015, passed in 2016. So that is why this question was asked in the UPSC 1 year later. So see, the question is static only, but the reason for asking the question is some current context. So that is why current affairs will tell us what topics are more important every year. That's only advantage of current affairs. Anyway, so that's it. Now let's also discuss the types of bills based on content. So number one, a bill can be an ordinary bill which has no special provision, or it can be a financial bill, or it can be a constitutional amendment bill which contains provisions to do what? To amend the constitution. Let us firstly see what is an ordinary bill, how is it passed, and then we'll see what are financial bills and what is the definition of financial bill. Ordinary bills. So I'll just roughly explain to you. See, there are 3 stages in the passage of a bill in the parliament, or we call the stages readings. So first stage is when the person who is brought the bill is given the chance to read the bill. Let's say I am a minister or a private member, anyone. Ordinary bill, any MP can introduce. Could be a private member, could be a minister. So let us say I am a minister, I want to read a bill, and of course, this bill can be read or introduced in any house. We can start the bill in the Lok Sabha or in the Rajya Sabha, no problem. I read the bill in the Lok Sabha. So I'll come on that day. I have given 7 days notice. The presiding officer, the speaker has told me in the Lok Sabha, for example, that okay, on Monday, say 22nd, 23rd of April, you please come and read your bill. On that day, I go there and after taking the permission, the speaker says, okay, Mr. ABC, read your bill. And I'll get up and I'll start reading the bill. That reading the bill is called introduction. I am introducing the bill or the proposal in front of the entire house. First reading means introduction. Now, in this situation, I'll just read the bill, basic contents. So member will seek the permission of the house. So I will seek the permission of the house and I'll just read the title and the objectives. What is the title? What is the objective of the bill? What is the purpose, etc. That's it. No discussion. Because when I read the bill, that's when the MPs get to know the content. So they need some time to read the bill on their own, discuss the content. So that is end of first stage. Then the bill is published in the Gazette. Clear? One more thing. See, when I bring a bill, I have to also give a reason why I am bringing a bill. So every bill contains something called SOR. What is SOR? Statement of objects and reasons. This means, why did you need to bring the bill? Purpose. SOR is basically purpose. Defines purpose of the bill. Why is that bill required? Okay, first reading is over. After this, the second stage begins. That is the second stage or second reading. Reading means stage. In this stage, the detailed discussion on the bill takes place, clause by clause. Every section can be discussed, right? The bill receives detailed scrutiny. That is why it is called the discussion stage. Now, sometimes bills are very technical in nature. So what can happen is, if I am the presiding officer, I'll say, oh, this bill is there. You 5 MPs, come on, form a committee, read this bill, find out the pros and cons and submit report to me. And then pros and cons are there. I will then table them in the parliament saying, now discuss. Otherwise, most MPs have no idea what is the bill, what are the contents. See, in today's day and age, the governance is becoming extremely technical in nature. MPs don't have technical qualification in general. Our MPs can debate for hours and hours on caste and religion, but technical matters, they need some help. Like you need help to understand the Hindu newspaper, DNA, CNA, BNA, TNA, all these things are there, right? Why? Because you find it difficult to understand the Hindu on your own. Same thing here. So a committee of the house can be formed, the bill is sent to them, or a joint committee can be formed. What is joint committee? Joint committee will refer to MPs from both houses. That can be formed. Some MPs can be given a task that you read the bill, give a report, and then we'll discuss on what is the bill like. Clear? Then one more alternative can be that the government publishes the bill and tells people, give your response. What are your points on the bill? So every citizen can give their response on the bill. What is the response? You like the bill, you want some changes, you can give suggestions. You can send the suggestions to the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha Secretariat, get their address online, send it in the letter addressed to the presiding officer of the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Are we clear? Don't worry, nobody is going to read your suggestion. I mean, let's be real. There are so many people who are sending suggestions. How can they read all the suggestions? But at least you will feel satisfied that I send the suggestion. Anyway, after discussion is over, some MP will get up and say, sir, please, too much of discussion, getting bored. Next stage, sir, let's vote. So speaker says, okay, guys, I am putting the bill to vote. Third stage, voting. So I am saying now please vote. Do you guys want to pass the bill? Shout ayes. Ayes. Bill passed. Bill is put to vote and voting is simple majority. Bill is passed, it is sent to the other house. In the other house, same three stages. Same three stages. What is that? Introduction, discussion, and finally voting. Now, when it comes to voting, for voting, options before second house. Now, what is second house? If a bill starts in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha is the second house. If a bill starts in Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha becomes the second house. So, what options can be there? See, one thing is very simple. The Lok Sabha, the other house can say, "Oh, very nice bill, amazing, beautiful. How did you manage to bring this bill?" They pass this bill. This bill is passed and it is sent to the president. Clear? Second thing, second house can also pass the bill with some amendments. Pass with modifications. Now, if these modifications are accepted by the first house, when second house modifies, these things are sent to the first house again. That, sir, we have made changes. Do you want to approve? If the first house says yes, yes, very good changes, we approve. So, if approved by first house, it goes to president. Problem solved. But the problem starts when the first house says, no, 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 we don't like why this change has been made. Don't make changes. If not approved, then what happens? And one more thing. Apart from it, the second house can also do one thing. They will take no action. Either they reject the bill or take no action for 6 months. If they take no action on the bill for 6 months, first house is insisting, please pass. Second house says, no, 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 I don't want to pass. Or first house says, pass bills with this point. Second house says, no, I want bills with that point. Argument, confusion, conflict. This amounts to deadlock. Between both houses. Deadlock between both the houses. If this happens, then the president can call for a joint sitting. Then president can call for joint sitting of both houses. This is what is a concept of joint sitting, to resolve any kind of deadlock between both the houses. Joint sitting. Article 108. This concept is inspired from Australia, of course. Who calls for joint sitting? President. Who presides over joint sitting? Speaker of Lok Sabha. So think of this. This is an entire joint sitting where you will have both the houses sitting together. The Lok Sabha, the Rajya Sabha, and the presiding officer is the Speaker. Okay? And these joint sittings take place in the Lok Sabha only. Lok Sabha has ample seats, so people will sit closely, not a lot of space. They'll sit and joint sitting is conducted. Of course, when you are conducting a joint sitting in the Lok Sabha, rules of Lok Sabha are followed. Rules of Lok Sabha are followed. My house, my rules. Simple. Voting is by a simple majority. So collectively, 543 MPs here and 245 MPs there. They collectively pass. If more than half approve it, the bill is passed. Simple. So far in our country, since independence, we have had just 3 joint sittings. First one being the Dowry Prohibition Bill 1961, second one being the Banking Service Commission Bill 1978, and third one being the Prevention of Terrorism Bill 2002. Just 3 cases where joint sitting was conducted and result, bill passed in all 3 cases. Clear? This is all about Article 108, joint sitting. So this is there. In fact, the reason for bills being passed in all these cases is because Lok Sabha wanted the bill to be passed. It was the Rajya Sabha which did not want the bill to be passed. Okay. So we know very well that the Lok Sabha has complete domination in terms of the number, and that is why whatever Lok Sabha wants will in general happen in case of such situations of joint sitting. I hope this point is clear. Okay, that is it. Now, some types of bills which are called financial bills. Financial bills. Financial bills can be of 3 kinds. One type of financial bill is called a money bill. Financial bills. The other type of financial bill is called a financial bill type 1, and the third type is called financial bill type 2. These are the 3 types of financial bills that we have. Okay. First up is a money bill. So how is money bill different? And then we'll come to definition. So money bill is different in its passage because, of course, for some reasons, it's a monetary matter. and that is why Lok Sabha has been given special powers. Now, money bill, the procedure to pass the money bill is mentioned under the Constitution, Article 109. It can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha. So, money bills cannot be introduced in Rajya Sabha. Unlike in the case of other types of bills, that is ordinary bills, which can be introduced in either house, money bills cannot be introduced in the Rajya Sabha, only in the Lok Sabha. Secondly, prior recommendation of the president is required for money bills. And number three, money bills can be introduced only by minister. Now, this is not mentioned in the constitution. It is just a convention. Not mentioned in the constitution. So normally, since the government controls money, etc., so money bills are normally introduced only by ministers, because anyway you will have to get the prior recommendation of president, and president is only bound by the advice of council of ministers. A non-minister MP cannot give advice to the president. Now, when the bill is passed by the Lok Sabha and is sent to Rajya Sabha, Speaker endorses the bill as money bill. Remember, Speaker endorses the bill as money bill and his decision is final. But we also know that decision now is subject to what? Judicial review. Which is the case? This is the Raja Rampal case of 2007. Okay, that's it. Now, when the bill goes to Rajya Sabha, Rajya Sabha has limited power. Rajya Sabha cannot make any modification. It can only suggest some changes. That's it. Just suggest. Whether the changes are accepted by Lok Sabha or not are of no concern to us. Lok Sabha may accept it, may not accept it. It does not really matter. Eventually, the bill will always be passed in the form and manner that the Lok Sabha wants to get it passed. I can simply say, sorry, Rajya Sabha, changes rejected. That's it. And if the Rajya Sabha does not do anything, take no action, they can withhold the bill for only 14 days. After 14 days, the bill is passed automatically. So think of it, somebody comes to Rajya Sabha, snatches the bill and says it is passed, get lost. That's the situation. Clear? So eventually the Rajya Sabha has no control over money bills. And if the speaker says that this bill is a money bill, then practically Rajya Sabha can do nothing about it. That is why independence of speaker is important. Are they clear? So this is there. And lastly, the president, when he receives the money bill, he or she cannot return the money bill, meaning no suspensive veto. So president has no suspensive veto power with respect to money bills. Otherwise, this is all the procedure that is required for money bills. Let's do one thing. Let's end our discussion here only. Tomorrow we'll look into what is the definition of a money bill, which is mentioned under Article 110. You can read the slide and come. So these are the 6 criterias. If your bill fulfills any criteria, then we'll call the bill to be a money bill. More on this tomorrow. Okay. That's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. And I'll take up your questions now. Shivani, why would the president return the money bill? He would not. But what if he wanted to? He cannot. Harsh, this was addressed, including Biswajit. Nothing is mentioned in the constitution with respect to pocket veto. So, what can be assumed is that yes, the president may exercise pocket veto. What is the need of money bill? What is the need of any bill? To make law in the country. So, budget is a money bill. Why do you need money bill? To take out money from CFI to spend on people. What is this principle? Anand Padmanabhan, you'll have to understand this when you study veto powers. Since you said that you took the first class yesterday, please see all the videos of Tuesday to Friday immediately to understand the veto power concept. Priyanshu, what is prorogation? Prorogation means ending the session of the House. That's called prorogation. Akshaya, slides are sufficient, but still if you want to make some notes on your own, feel free to do it. Nobody is stopping you. Running notes can also be made. Aditya, more on that tomorrow. Don't worry. Shalja, you can always make notes. Who is stopping you? Feel free to make notes. Yes, Saksham, it is actually budget is a type of money bill. K. Navina, sir, here in money bill, speaker is Lok Sabha Speaker, Rajya Sabha Chairman. Did you ever hear me calling the Rajya Sabha Chairman as Speaker, Navina? Speaker means Lok Sabha presiding officer, right? Yes, Shalja, solve all the questions. Amit, what is this independence part? I don't understand. What is the question? Yes, Karthik, you can. Pranay will discuss that tomorrow. Aadhaar case. Aadhaar bill was money bill. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Arey, Shalu, what is your question? Your only message I can see is please tell sir, please take my question, sir. Shalu, again, out of context. Legislative Council requires special or simple. We'll discuss that when you study that. Under Article 169, when it comes to the when it comes to the state, at the state level, special majority. At the central level, simple majority. Endorses. Narendra, endorse means to approve, pass, sign. Yes, Devansh. Independence of speaker means that he will not decide any bill as a money bill randomly. Independence of speaker in India and UK are different. It's not different per se. In UK, there are some other steps taken to ensure further independence. Like, irrespective of party in power, the speaker can continue to act as a presiding officer. But in India, we find that speakers keep on changing when parties change. Secondly, in India, whenever you become a speaker, you need not resign from your party. But in UK, when you become speaker, you have to officially resign from your party. Yes, Shalu, simple majority. Praveen, Rajya Sabha can do nothing, just read the money bill. They have no power. Money bill is asked to be made by president on recommendation of yes, of course, XY. That is why we say that it can be introduced only by minister, because ministers can give binding order to president. What will happen if a bill is passed without discussion, Vivek? There is no breach of constitution, but ideally we want that every bill should be passed only after detailed discussion. Okay. Yes, Jhansi Rani, it's same for the states also. Neel Kamal, vote value. You see the video on vote value. It's full half an hour concept to explain. Priyanshu, proposer seconder. We have discussed this under president. It's the same concept. I propose somebody's name, meaning I am suggesting somebody's name. Proposer. Somebody else approves my suggestion. Seconder. Proposer, seconder. Why president cannot return the money bill? That is how it is mentioned in the constitution. Why president cannot return the money bill? No, Anupam. Budget is a type of money bill. Money bill can be passed at any point of time. Yes, Achal, that's correct. Why Speaker will declare an ordinary bill as money bill? Reasons. Shrishti, you tell me the reasons. Why this can happen? Speaker biased towards ruling party majority in Lok Sabha. They want to bypass discussion in Rajya Sabha. They can tell the speaker, declare this as money bill and get it passed. Prem, what is your question, Prem? Today's important articles. Selectively important articles, ignore it for now. Towards the end of our discussion on Parliament, I'll tell you all the important articles. Gazette magazine, first day only I had mentioned, it is published by Department of Publication under the Housing and Urban Affairs. Yojana Kurukshetra Ganesh, get from your local magazine shop or your newspaper wala, they'll tell you. Tarun, if it is not passed in 14 days, it is automatically assumed to be passed. A minister who is an MP of Rajya Sabha can introduce the bill in Lok Sabha. Why? Because ministers are allowed to sit and speak in both the houses. So, even if you're a minister in Rajya Sabha, you have to come to Lok Sabha to read the bill. Clear? Okay, that's all for today. Your experts will keep on addressing your concerns. In the meantime, if you have any doubts, Simran, I had just explained this to 4 or 5 people, taking their names collectively. Pocket veto may be used by the president. There is nothing mentioned in the constitution which says pocket veto can't be used. So it may be used. Okay, guys, let's meet tomorrow, revise, and that will be all for me for today. Jai Hind.